Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to another episode on the Quarantine Channel. It's your girl down the Crypto TA. Let's take a look at Bitcoin this morning. I'm just going to do a run through on some charts. I can tell the mood in the market right now is not the best. But looking at Bitcoin at the moment, we are on that daily level that I mentioned a few times before. And just to recap, we had this ascending wedge here. We got a breakdown from the lower trend line after the fourth touch here. So far, we've just come into this next daily level here. We haven't taken the liquidity from the low just yet. It looks like we could be heading there. I am looking at two possibilities for a long entry. One being down at 108 and the second one being down around $99,000. I can tell you that right here also, if we do start to lose this bottom level right here, and this low here is at 112. If we start to lose this, we will start to expand. So we will have like a Bollinger expansion should that happen, which is why I'm looking down a little bit lower than just the top side here. I mean, there's always the opportunity. There's always a chance that we don't expand that far, but we do have a squeeze on the chart here on this daily time frame that could send prices a little bit lower. So if I look here, let me show you from this other one here. So you can see we're sitting right here on the cloud here. And if we start to slip out this low right here, then we will start to expand a little bit. It doesn't have to be a huge expansion, but I would be looking down here around 108 instead of the top side of the weekly range here at 111. Let's go out to the 4-hour time frame. And this is that same level here, in this green looking box here that we just saw on the daily time frame, the one that I was talking about. But we did also kind of like tap into this 4 and bounce up. So now we're just trying to respect this daily level in here. And it looks like we're already getting some sort of a momentum push down. So we can start to look in here. Let me see. In terms of a short, I mean, we're a little late. Stop would have to be all the way up here. But being that we are making lower highs, being that we are making lower highs, we're not putting in any higher lows here. There is a potential to enter. I just don't like the risk here. And we are on some support. So it would have been better if we caught it up here. I did not get a chance to listen to Fed meetings, the Fed minute meetings yesterday. From what I understand, it was a little bit hawkish. So I did notice that the stock market was getting a little bit of a bounce since the sell-off. So let's see here. I don't know if it's really worth trying to. We'll look for an opportunity. This might actually, this looks like one right here, honestly. I just don't want to take it here. The only other place to put the stop on this is going to be, and this is aggressive to put it here, but that would be the only other place to put it to avoid having to put it all the way up here. Let me zoom out a little bit more here on Biddy. And it looks like we rejected off of that level there that we were using from the 15-minute time frame here. We never came up and hit this invalidation I was looking at. we're not actually respecting this in here. So I'm gonna take this one away now. No, I'm not gonna take it. I'm gonna take this one away. I'm just gonna push it out of the way because it doesn't seem to be doing anything right now. Got a small reaction off of that. I'm gonna look at this outside bar right here. It's gonna be a rather wide level, but see how price does coming back into here. All right, so I'm just going to leave this as it is. And once we do get a bounce away from here, if we do get a bounce away from here, I'll reassess the market and see if there's an opportunity to even enter into like a scalp short down here. Like I said, it's just a little bit more risky to enter it and then have to set your stop somewhere in here. Let's just take a look at Ethereum here. All right, so Ethereum currently rejecting from this descending trend line here, drawn from the high to this midpoint in here. We did fill in that, we did do that CME gap that I shared on Tuesday. I also posted on it as well. But this was what the CME gap was looking like here on the Ethereum chart, and I just used the body candle to kind of map this out. This is a 2-hour time frame, by the way, too. So just a bit of a rejection there. ETH doesn't look too bad after that. But this takes me back into what I was saying before with you on the expand. Remember, I kept saying before what was it? CPI. Before CPI, I was saying that I felt like before Ethereum could take out the all-time high, it would probably come back down here into the expand, and it was just simply based on the monthly and the 3-month time frame, and just the way the Bollinger looked. Like, it was flat, and usually when it's flat, you don't tend to see like a sustained move on a flat Bollinger. Like, you can break it, but you will wick, and then I showed you a few times how it wicked out on those time frames, and then price eventually came back in. And we did take out these equal lows in here. And I mentioned that a few times as well. I really thought like Tuesday into Wednesday, I thought were going to be good days for the market. And I was totally wrong on that. So let me just recap on saying that also, because it just ended up being terrible. So I was completely wrong in thinking that Tuesday and Wednesday, that Wednesday would give us a midweek, some sort of a midweek reversal or something. Oh boy. The sentiment in the market right now is just down. It's very down. I don't see any participation on X. It's really down. We could be putting in some sort of an inverse in here. We'll be watching this today and see if that is the case. But let me talk about some more bearish scenarios with you. So if we do start to slip in here, there is a second CME gap on Ethereum. I'm not saying that we're going that low. I'm just giving you a really bearish case. And I believe, I have not mapped it out, but I believe that CME gap is down here where this expand is here. So this was the first expansion that we got on Ethereum, was from here, where we had this rising formation in here, and we got the break to the upside. I would have to go back. I would have to go in and map it out, but I think that it might be around this expand, the same way this one was. Okay. And that would be the more bearish scenario for Ethereum. And you also got to keep your eyes on that Solana dominance too. Like, I'm really thinking that Solana dominance is going to come up. And I've said that a few times, but I'm really feeling like Solana dominance is setting up for a reversal to the upside. But we'll watch this and see if this little CME gap here gives us the ability to push up higher. But below this expand, like that would actually line up very well with that 3-month time frame. So let me just jump over here again on this 3-month. Take that away. My mind is all over the place this morning. Excuse me. And this is where we were at. Actually, if I do that, it's going to turn this on anyway. So that was the expand right here. And so you can see how I'm saying to you, it just doesn't look like a sustained move when you look at it like this. All right, let me pop out to the three month. It's not something that gives me the impression that Ethereum is prepared to like make those targets that are all the way up here. It just doesn't. And it might leave a sour taste in a lot of people's mouth to not see Ethereum push through. It just doesn't look like it to me. But at the end of the day, it's just an indicator, and price action gives us the true, the true move. But that's just my 2 cents. Let me see what the indicator is looking like here. So you're going down on your, potentially you could be going down here on the MACD. RSI still looks like it could hold up, but I'm starting to get an increase in selling pressure now. You have to see the MACD like swerve up from here, break and swerve. Otherwise, it could be looking to come back below this expand level in here. This is ADA. I'm gonna come back to this one, but let me just go in the order here. Let's look at XRP. I'm gonna put us on a 4-hour. Nope, you know what? 2 is better. I like 2. All right, so drop this for XRP. All right, so we've lost VWAP. We lost our 302 level. I mean, we know we're looking down here at 274. It's that simple. And if we do start to take out this low in here, then we start looking at 260 to 238 here for XRP. So this would be our next level to look at here for XRP, 260 to 238. me take this away. Yeah, MACD going down. Delta. You know, like I keep explaining, whenever actually the MACD pushed up through the delta and not the other way around. But usually when you see that, it means you want to start looking to take profit on the push up. And that looks like it could go down some. Sorry. All right, let's see about Solana here. All right. So we've only still done the golden pocket here for Solana. Let me zoom out a little bit here on Solana. You can see the, sorry, while I'm here, because I have it only mapped to this time frame. You can see the channel that we're moving in right now. So if we do start to get bearish on Solana, I would be looking for, a lot of times you'll get a bounce off of your third attempt and then the fourth one to drop you. Because you just recognize the trend line after you get two pivots. So maybe do have a little bit of a double top in here, but I think Solana's going to prize the market. And here I go again with my thoughts, but Solana could be ready to surprise the market. All right, so we start to slip down lower here on Solana. You know, I'd be looking at 164 at the lower part here where you have the 786 as well. So I'd be looking around 164. But right now, Solana seems to be holding up just off of the golden pocket. This level here. All right. Might have a swing fail here on our hands with Sol as well from this breakout here, which looks like we just came back into the like we just came back and hit the top side of the weekly level in here. Let me just slide that back a little bit. And this 154 is just a minor weekly level in here. I'm just going to start with those three right there. So, yeah. It's 4 hour. Let me see how bearish the 4 hour looks. Hopefully when market opens, we'll actually see a bounce in crypto. But right now, that's what you look for to the downside. Look for I look down here towards the 164 if we do start to come down, and if we start to break this the trend line in here. Let's see. Volume definitely confirms this pattern. It just didn't confirm the breakout over here. Yeah, it just didn't confirm the breakout. All right, I'm gonna move on past Solana. Let's take a look at SUI, which has been a big underperformer. All right, so SUI did end up. Let's see, we got a little bit of a bounce off of this one here. This was the next one that we were looking at on Tuesday, but we completely lost it in here. Take this away because that's not working at all. All right, so the measured move that we had lined out for the potential inverse head and shoulder, that's still in play because we haven't come up and invalidated this. So, you know, that brings us down here to the golden pocket, which this one right here is drawn from this low to this high. So we'll be looking for this on SUI to come back down into here. And if SUI does not manage to hold the golden pocket, then we'll be looking at 262, just depending on how bearish the market gets, right? So no invalidation of the inverse head and shoulder. Oh, I'm sorry, no invalidation of this head and shoulder over here. And let's just look at the indicator in here for confirmation. Yep. All signs are bearish here. I mean, you can still try to look at this as some sort of a, I don't know, I don't like it. But I mean, I did before. You can still try to look at this as something like this. So I just plot this in here and leave it as such just in case, but it's not looking good. See what BNB is looking like. Got a break to the downside and to the upside. That's the thing about symmetrical triangles. It's actually not too symmetrical, but you'll break both sides. So definitely perform better than a lot of other stuff here in the market. Is that another high? Let me just see that. It did. Okay. So BNB continues to be a pretty strong performer. Just terrible wicks up there. See this one. This one is not, well, yeah, I got Baradias trying to push up. Two drives, it looks like. Two drives of bearish divergence here. Haven't. Let's see. I would start with looking at if price comes back in, if it'll hold the low from this pattern here, if it could hold the ascending portion of this pattern in here. If not, I would look back at this 4-hour level here at the 827. I would look back at that. But if we continue to put in red candles coming down the way we pushed up, then I would be looking lower here for BNB. It's been doing pretty good though, so somewhere between this 827 and then this one in here, which is 812 to 800. So somewhere between 827 and 800 here for BNB. Didn't tap into that golden pocket here from the fib extension. Got really close enough though. So the market is really bumming me out. All right. Let me just see. Yeah. So that does match up pretty good with seeing if we'll hold the low here of this pattern formation. And if not, like I said, I start to look at that 827. And if we slip 827, then I look down here. All right, ADA. You can see that we lost the okay, well, first of all, this pattern didn't work out. That's one. So this pattern formation absolutely did not work out. And when we came back up, we got rejected from that weekly trend line, which is this one here. So if I push us out on the weekly, then this one, we came back down and we tried to push back up and got rejected off of that. Might also be able to, let me see. And just see what that looks like if I did it like that. Oh, sorry, hold on. It doesn't matter. It would have broken this one too. You just got more touches on the other one. So I'm going to delete that one. But rejection from there. If ADA starts to push in a little bit more, I'm actually looking at 82. And this is what we talked about before. If it starts to slip, if it comes back in to the below this ascending trend line, then we'd be looking back at 82 and 78 in here, 78.16. So hopefully this is as low as it goes, and that's also in line with the VWAP here for ADA. If we do start to slip a little bit more in here. We also lost this range in here, so I'm gonna take that away. And you would think that this would be a good level for ADA to hold. But like I said, if we start to slip it, then I would just look down here at 78. Slide these back because they're not working. All right, so we're bouncing. Sometimes this golden pocket stuff just don't work. I get stuck with my levels. So a little bit of a bounce here off of the weekly range here at 23. We talked about this. H bar has to hold the VWAP right here because H bar loses this VWAP, then we'll be looking at a lower H bar. You got 3 levels it's been hitting. 3. And these are the 3 levels right now. Here is around 30 cents. The VWAP in here, which is around 22. And then the lower standard deviation, which is around 14, or I guess you can just use a weekly level here and say 12. So with H bar, if it starts to slip this weekly level in here and we don't manage to hold this 22 in here, then I mean it's the structure still looks nice in here for a daily time frame. This is a weekly, but for a daily, the structure still looks nice in here. So I would really not want to. I don't want to see us lose to 22. Let me start there. So holding above this VWAP is really good. If we start to slip that, then I would look at 19. I'll be looking at that 19,656 here for H bar. And with H bar, this is something I would pick up on. I have it on a leverage position right now, but I will pick it up on spot. Just looking forward to hold. And let me just see what a fib on this one actually. Yeah, so that coincides with what I'm saying to you around this weekly level in here. Should that happen, that's what I'll be looking at. 19,656 in here. We had some sort of a wedgie structure in here for H bar 2, but you can see we broke it, back tested the trend line right here. Yeah. Let's take a look at Floki. So Floki used the daily gap as a rejection point here with the lows in here. If Floki continues to push down, you got this gap in here that Floki hasn't come back to yet. And you can see the numbers on that. 4 zeros followed up by 8 and 4 zeros followed up by 7, 6. It has not come back and it has not come down here and filled in this inefficiency in here. And Floki likes to fill in inefficiency. So this is what I would look for in here. And just a larger yellow one here is just a weekly one. Because we were doing the larger one in here after we filled in this one and got a little bit of a bounce in here. So yeah, that's what I would look for on Floki. I would look for it to come in and fill in that inefficiency here to the downside. To the upside, it still hasn't filled in this one. But we're going down right now. So I'll look down there for Floki. See Link. Still crushing the market. Still crushing. We got this one in here that we're watching for Link. I don't want to, yeah. We got this one in here. So double top didn't give anything more than what it did. Just looking at this as a potential double top. Let's see if we have a, see if we can get 3 rejections in here. If we do get 3 rejections in here anyway. Then maybe, just maybe, chain link comes back in and Let me extend this up a little bit to there now, which comes in line with this daily level. I don't think Link is going to do anything like this. I think Chainlink is still trading in standard deviation. Yeah. And you can see the two targets that I was looking for here for Chainlink, and we've already hit this one, and then the next one is going to be up here. Chainlink is pretty strong. Yeah, Chainlink still trading outside of standard deviation 2. So you don't even want to touch this thing right here and trying to short it, to be honest. But yeah, it's still trading outside of standard deviation 2 on the Bollinger, which means it's super strong right now. I mean, eventually you will see it push back in, but yeah, it's still out there. I'm looking for this high to get taken over here on Chainlink. Let me see. Yeah, look at that. That MACD still sitting straight up in the air here. Like, still straight in the air. So, no curvature on the MACD here. Yeah, this looks good. Any pullbacks on Chainlink would likely just be an opportunity to long it. But you want to make sure you start to trade outside of this range in here. See, hype. I was looking for hype to take out these equals down here. We're so far away from it at the moment. And we're respecting the weekly level in here at 40. See a nice little clean bounce off of this weekly in here. And I just plotted a box around it just to give a zone over my line. But let me make sure there's nothing else in here for you for hype. Just in case. It doesn't look bad. And with hype, I'm just gonna mark out the lower portion of. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna highlight the whole zone of what could be. Where's my peak? Pink. All right, so it's here. This is your 4-hour level in here for height, which avoids taking out the low in here. So if you start to lose this box, then you know you're doing something different and start to look lower. But that is the 4-hour zone for height. I can actually push it down a little bit more. I don't really like to. Let's see. Yeah, it's like that. Then, and then let me just add this one other. I have this in here, but it's here. And then that'll be the next one right here for height. So all right, so far not bad for height. Could be getting ready for another bounce here on the 4-hour for height. So this is something to start looking for a long off of, actually. You can see you're going to put in some bullish divergence on the drop on this one. See, that low is 40. So yeah, you could be preparing for a bounce on this one. If it does get a push up, then I'll be looking at this 45.93 for starters, just these lows in here. And if it manages to give a strong performance, then I'll be looking at 49. And then otherwise, you know, we just capped on these, on the lows here for hype. CXLM. Take that away. This is the measured move here. If XLM does play out this, this somewhat of a head and shoulder formation in here, it would basically be a back test of here, but 34 could potentially be the low for XLM. Volume looks like it confirms some sort of a pattern formation in here, but I just don't see it. I don't see the pattern. Yeah, we're putting in bear divs. Putting in bear divs right now. Can see the bear div in here. Maybe we actually tap this 786 and then we see a bounce here off of Stellar. I know I just mentioned the bear div, but when you get bear divs, you also start to put in some bullish divergence too. Just one has to outplay the other one. So right now we're playing out the bearish case, but that bullish divergence will come in, and volume does confirm that there is some sort of a pattern in here, just not hitting right now. And it's not clean enough for me to draw off of it. Let me see it from a 2. Let me see if I can spot it. No, nothing there. Nah, I just leave it alone. No sense in looking for a long on anything. Maybe hype and chain link, but I don't really see. Yeah. Let's see if we actually tap into the 786 and get a bounce at 38. If not, then my low for XLM is going to be 34 cents here. And Doge head and shoulder formation measure move comes down below, taking the liquidity off of these equals down here. And that's some really great liquidity right here. So these equals down here look like it would get taken. Then I look at 17 cents on Doge. Bearish case scenario. This is where I would be, 17 cents. Right now, looks like we might be respecting this level in here. Just above the VWAP. We had two bearish formations in here. You can see that we played this one out because it was we're looking at a bear flag. You can't see it. I think we was looking at it from a 15-minute time frame, and then that was the measured move for that. So we hit this one really good. So I'm gonna take this away. That's done. All right, so we just came back up and we hit that. So until it invalidates the head and shoulder, like I said, those equal lows down there are fair game, and I would be looking for 17 cents, honestly. But right now, we are still trading above VWAP here on Doge. It's going down, baby. It's going down. TRX here. On Tuesday, the idea was TRX push up into here, come back down into here, and then tap into this 36. That was Tuesday's scenario. This could still be in motion. Volume is trash. It's good until invalidated. I'm gonna take that away. We'll put some focus on this this candle right here. Looks pretty interesting. All right, so you start to slip this momentum line in here. You might start to invalidate some strength coming from Tron. And then you can just look at this candle in here to see if this candle in here will give a bounce. And then you continue that move up here into this 36. You would start to invalidate the idea of this if you take out this low in here for Tron. or lose this momentum in here. All right, virtual is holding up in here. And this is drawn from a line perspective, so except for the top, but the low is drawn from a line perspective. So this is actually still trading inside the formation, it looks like. What this was. I don't think this matters anymore right here. I'm gonna take this one away. You can use it for the highs, but I'll take it away. And because we don't have a lot of levels in here for virtuals, it's pretty much trading in the same zone in here. When I say levels, I mean weekly. Still, what is this one? It's a 2-day fair value gap. I'll be looking for the midpoint of this fair value gap. You do have your VWAP in here at 105. I think the last time we didn't. We haven't even tapped this fair value gap yet. So if we do start to lose this formation in here on virtuals to the downside, and that's what I'll be looking at. You can look to the top side of the fair value gap all the way down here to the midpoint of the fair value gap, which is going to be around 93 cents here, and see if that holds as support. Otherwise, like I said, not a lot of levels in here for virtuals. The weekly level is actually all the way down here at 44. And there has been no new print on it because it's either been there or come up to here. And if not there, then it's this one. So you only got 3 weekly levels in here for it so far. I will look in here and you can see your macro VWAP is sitting here at the top side too. So you want to hold that, like I said, there to the midpoint. Like you can break it and then reclaim, but that's what I'll be looking for. And if you start to lose this, and I just be looking back down here at 44 cents for virtuals. This has just been straight down the entire time, just down. That's your delta turn down, and then your MACD turn down, and they're both still positioned down here on the weekly time frame. So that sucks. That's your delta high, and then that's your confirmation from your MACD, and you just continuing to go down. Yeah, everything is still down here on virtuals. I mean, yeah, that's what I look for on Birch. If you don't get the bounce in here off of the top part of this fair value gap from your 2-day time frame, you can look at 63 to not take out this low, 63, but otherwise it'd be 44. It doesn't really have a lot of ranges to move in between. They're holding this low in here pretty good. Just do it like that. So watch for that. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 above it. Just watch that. All right, theta. All right, so theta set up. Obviously, it failed. Obviously, because let me just look back at it. Oh, did we hit the injective one? No, we did not. This was the injective potential long position in here. Got pretty close on that. Theta, I know that failed. It did. You got profits locked, and then that was it. And the idea was move your stop because, yeah. Still trying to hang on to this little range in here, though. But again, this is the injective idea. I don't know. I guess it sucks right now to even try to look for a long position. But you didn't actually hit the entry, which you want to see it break and reclaim anyway. All right. I'm not sure if I ever mapped that out, but let me do it now. Where's my, okay, right here. I haven't really lost anything. I don't see that. Let me spot your 4-hour level in here and see if there's anything to that for theta. Okay, so you already did back test this one. That price is in right now. And I'm just going to do the most recent just going to do the most recent level for it. And drop this one. Get the full scope. And then I'm just gonna do this part in here off with a low. Uh-oh. I don't know why I want to keep doing that. All right, so this one does hit with it. So that is what I would look for here on theta if we do start to push down further. We are below the macro VWAP here on theta. So we lose this, then you look at 71. Drop that. You look at 71 and potentially a liquidity sweep. So a SFP possible in here. And if we don't SFP, if we don't come down here and we don't SFP and we just run on liquidity, or if we do come down here and we run on liquidity instead of doing an SFP, then I would look here for the measure move. And that's 68 to 64 here for theta. We already looked at injective OP. Nothing's changed over here with OP. Like you probably got a swing fail here on OP also. So these levels are still intact. The measured move, of course, you can see is down below this 57.22. There is no SFP to be had in here, so you would simply just be looking at either this 57 or this 53 if the measured move does play out here on OP. I had some sort of momentum line in here. Oh, this is what we wanted to hold, and instead we broke, came back tested, and lost it. So that didn't work. Did not hold. Yeah. I don't know. For some reason, that's. We didn't even make it up here. Not so far. The idea is that near will probably come down to 219. We are slipping VWAP here on near. If we start to hold this range in here, if we range and consolidate in here, then it would be good for near, and we could see it not play this out in the 4-hour time frame and get a nice little bounce in here. Right now, you can see what we have to take out in here on near. It's going to be this high right here, and this high is 2,569. And it looks like it will put price above some resistance that I see too. So if we could do that on near or just consolidate in here, then it will be a strong move for near. Otherwise, you know, like I said, 219 seems to be the target here for me for near. And this is in between nothing, to be honest with you. So 207. But we get above here. Got some hope above here. Some hope lies above 256. Undo. So you can see that I've been looking for a potential entry here on Undo from here. I don't know how I feel about the market right now though, but that is what I've been watching for a little while here. And that's assuming that we don't take out this low. That's assuming that this candle in here has some support in it. And it's another yeah, we'll see. Let's see, because the measured move on this let me see. I'm just going to do it from where we first crossed over it. Okay, so that will bring us back down to this weekly level in here, which is at 82 to 79 if we play out the full measure move here for Undo. And that seems to be in tune with what we've seen here lately with Undo. That is your good support in here for Undo. And if this does work, again, we've been getting stopped out in here at this daily level in here for Undo. So we're just not really pushing past this daily level in here. If all works in favor, then not hold on until you get, until it plays this out, if that works, and be prepared to take some profits earlier than that. And we'll see what happens here with Undo. Just slide this down if it does manage to push down through here. In terms of the indicators, let me turn this. I can't really see anything without that. Cloud cover, rejection. Some sort of a bounce should be coming in. So hopefully this is it, that we do this. So far, we just hit the top of it. But maybe one more push down. And we'll see how that looks here for Undo. APT. Weekly level bounce, 429. Rejection. The problem with all these head and shoulders is that they look like they have fallen wedges too. This would be in the middle of nowhere. Oof. All right, so we did break that one, and this was from there. So let me just modify this. If something like this happens today, then we'd be looking at 420 as a bounce level for Aptos, assuming that it would continue to hold the higher lows in here. That's what we'd be looking at, about 420, 421, something like that. So, I mean, unless there's a chance we get a second bounce off of the 229. But that is the measured move, and there's nothing to draw from the lows to give you anything. So aside from this right here, maybe looking for an SFP. That's about the best that I can say for, or we lose this level and we come back into it, and then you can get interested in it. If that measured move, I got this on here twice. Let me just take that one away. We can see if we get another bounce around this 429 again. Like I said, it would be down here somewhere around 420 for a potential bounce, assuming that we don't take out that low in there. Otherwise, measured move 393. See costs. Cost holding the daily level in here. This has been a good zone for cost here recently. You can see how we used to treat it as a little bit of resistance, support over here, resistance over here, support once again. See how many other times we've respected this level in here. Support, resistance, support, resistance. So hopefully cost can maintain in here. And the numbers on this is 0.83 to 0.078 for costs, but cost is also only ranging between here and here. So this daily up to this weekly zone in here. I was looking for a return on costs. Let me see why. All right, so all right, still ranging. This little pattern formation here. What was going on here with the weekly? Starting to slip a little bit. All right, so pretty much like Aptos, really. If we don't manage to hold this level in here, which right now we are respecting this daily level, again, that's the numbers for the daily level over here. So if we do start to lose this level in here, then I will look to the low of the pattern to see if the low of the pattern will hold. So we want to continue to put in the higher lows. We're not putting in the higher highs, but we want to continue to put in the higher lows for any sort of a bullish break to the upside. I really like the fact that that's A, B, C, D, a E rejection, so no momentum to break out. I really like that. So if that fails, then you look down here around 6 to 0.048 here for costs. So I would keep these levels in mind at daily. 83 and 78, and then the next level down here, which is the weekly, 60 and 48 down here for cost to the downside. Otherwise, we're looking for a break out of here to the upside, and you can see where you start to your return is here. I think that this is from this time frame also. Yeah, so your return would be in here, and we've already done a return and rejected. That's the sad part. We've already done a return and rejected. We did a return here and rejected, return here and rejected. The third time I would see it actually break through and potentially expand for a push up, but right now it's not looking too gravy. So I would watch those lows on it, and if we get lucky, we'll be looking for a break to the upside. See, say rejection. Let me zoom out. Hold on. I'm still trying to hold VWAP in here. VWAP's at 29.48 here for say. I think I measured this out before. It's nothing broken over here, so it's really nothing to... There's nothing to say about it. It hasn't validated any sort of a break or anything. All right, so 27.32 to the lower side of this pattern. I'm sorry, the lower side of the support level in here. And I suppose if this, what looks like a head and shoulder, becomes validated, then you would be looking down here close towards your lower trend line down here. But 14 for say, that would be a huge drop for say. I don't know about that. This is only with a validation though. Otherwise, say it's holding up. You still have your higher lows so far here on your daily time frame. Yeah, MACD and Delta pushing down here on say. I don't know what I was looking for. Okay. Just looking for a momentum break in here. Let me put this on here. So no momentum lost here on the weekly time frame just yet. And you can just use your RSI for this. Head and shoulder. I think I did discuss this. Head and shoulders here on the weekly RSI. So if we do start to break momentum in here, then I'm looking at looking to see if the RSI will hold this red line in here. slipped a little bit of momentum in here on your MACD, but you're still above the 0 line. So as long as it doesn't start to do this kind of thing right here, Delta is still above. Wow, Delta is still above MACD. This could get bullish actually. Yeah, you won't violate anything as long as this doesn't happen. If say just does this 23.21, it's a buy. It's a buy to me. Yeah. If it just does this right here, then that's a buy. And it holds up here. And this turns back up. This would just be getting started on the weekly. I think Say did have like a Bollinger break. I think it did. It did. So yeah, you do want to hold. You have your 20 SMA in here. So you would be looking to hold your 20 SMA. But if not your 20 SMA, then you'd be looking to hold your standard deviation 1. So you don't want to look to take out this low. So somewhere in here looks pretty good for Say. Right now, we're just back testing the neckline of the break of the W formation in here. So no more than that is what you want to see on Say. No more than this one. No more than that. Not holding VWAP right now. I don't expect anything from this thing right here. It's holding standard deviation 1. I don't think that this can go lower. I mean, it can. This thing. I'll move on past Tia. It's not even worth talking about. Aerodrome. All right, so this was the measured move for Arrow based on this pattern over here. So far, it's holding up really good, looking strong. Still within the weekly level at the moment. If Arrow holds up, then this is the next weekly level for Arrow here. $1.85 to $1.98. Might as well say $2 for Arrow. If it holds up, let me zoom out a little bit. Let me see 12-hour. Diverging volume. Starting to look like Say a little bit in here. Hasn't curved over just yet, but it is starting to look like Say in here. So what I did mention on Aerodrome is if it does get a push down, to look for it to hold the ascending formation that it did break up from. I would look for it to hold that first, meaning you're not going to take out this low. You're going to hold up in here. So maybe, I don't like that. See, this was your mother bar here. So 117 to 108 if it does reject in here. But this is still the, yeah, that measured up pretty good. This is the measure move for this. And it didn't get invalidated. So it's still good because it didn't get invalidated. This looks good. Doesn't look trashy. Let me put it like that. You can see where you started to lose your momentum on your MACD though. To the downside, this is what I look for on Aerodrone, and to the upside, I look for this 185 to $2 here to be hit on Arrow. But this is it for the downside. And if we do start to put in some sort of a head and shoulder, which nothing is saying that right now, this would have to go off of the center point because we don't have anything. Then that brings you back to the low of the ascending formation around in here, about 78. AVAX is just still in the range. This is it. This is your range. Still holding above VWAP at the moment. I don't think I could look for anything different. Either it holds VWAP or it comes back down here. That's just going to be my guess for AVAX. But I am still bullish on AVAX though. This can be accumulation zone in here before it actually takes off. And I think that's what it is. I think this is your base. You're going to get a base rally on AVAX. Let's see your 4 hour. So on the 4 hour, it doesn't look amazing. I was just going to say this, but it's already showing it. It's showing that this level here would clear price for some sort of a push up. Oh, wrong thing. Sorry. It's just like you see the line on here though, but that this would clear the path for some sort of a push up, but that resistance is sitting right here. But if you clear both of these, then chances are you come back in here. But I do like AVAX. You see that? I don't like that. But you see this? You see how volume is increasing here? You can take away these red volume candles. That would be great. There's a lot of activity in here though. Like I said, it can be a base, accumulation base, and then a rally up for AVAX. You got a lot of activity over here at this point too. It's just the red for me. I don't like. This is bearish divergence on volume, which is probably why we're still stuck in this range right now. Let me see if it's probably why we're still stuck in this range. Hmm. Yeah. Looking for that breakout on AVAX. All right. So on your weekly, um, my mind is all over the place. So on your weekly, you just want to continue to hold your VWAP in here. Like I said, if based on this 4 hour here. Okay, so we hold VWAP, but if we push above here, we're coming to some resistance here. But if we get past this 2416, then we clear the path. And then maybe we do if we, I mean, I know that would be on the table, the 26 to 727. But there is going to be a breakout on AVAX. So you're in the accumulation zone. So I wouldn't think too much about price action in here. Not too much. Got a measured move in here. This could lead to an SFP. I'm just going to put a line on it. I mean, it could if it plays out. It could lead to an SFP if that plays out. Let's do this one too. And that would be okay. That's not too far over VWAP here. So if that happens, that's what I would be looking at. Let's look at 21 first and then 22nd. And those could be potential buy zones for I'll probably leave it like that. Spot, because you would never do this, but spot. ICP, same situation as AVAX, ranging. But AVAX looks a lot better. You still have low activity in here. AVAX looks a lot better. The MACD is still rising. You can just wait on that. To be honest, just wait for, if you want to be more conservative. I just want to see how much it did when it did cross up. I'm just going to set that one there. You just wait for that. Wait for your MACD to cross up the 0 line. That was a nice move. This wasn't too shabby, but you have to set an alert on this so you catch it. And I would just wait for that. I don't know when this would happen. I just dropped that there. But you can wait on that on ICP instead of buying it while it's in no man's land doing nothing. But it could be accumulation zone. I wouldn't touch it unless it did fall back into the bottom side here, which was that 460 to 431. I wouldn't touch it unless it did that. Otherwise, I wait on the MACD to cross up the 0 line. Since it is still rising over here on your weekly time frame, which means again that this is probably in a squeeze, and it is. It's a nice squeeze too. Like, I don't think it's been this tight. It hasn't been this tight. It's even tighter than it was over here. So yeah, base rally for sure. Base rally. Yeah. That looks delicious. You're trying to hold your 20 SMA in here. See that? Slip below it. Theoretically, I mean, yeah, if ICP does step back into here, I will open up a leverage position on it. But otherwise, I'll be waiting on the 0 line cross. I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to do it once per bar and MACD line cross and create that. Listen out for that, because that can be good. That can be a good thing. So again, I would either get risk on if it comes back down into here, and then that way you can cut it if it starts to lose this level, because you don't want it if it starts to lose that 431. Otherwise, I wait for that MACD cross the 0 line, and then I would get into this because that looks really nice. Or you can look for, or you can get interested. I mean, it's really up to you. Once you get above that 640, one of the three. See dot. Same thing with dot. These are going to be your sleepers: AVAX, ICP, polka dot. These are your sleepers in here. RSI still looks nice here on the weekly time frame. I don't really like how choppy this is in comparison to the other two, but nonetheless, it has a squeeze too. Polka dot does. Not the strongest observation, but it could still do something. I have this as the target, which is just coming back up here to where this VWAP is. That's the target for me for dot. Right now, you're not managing to push past standard deviation 1 here, or your break out of your falling wedge structure in here. So if you do push up, then you want to be aware of that 446 here on your Bollinger, which could move slightly. But you can see your return is 480, and your where you start to expand that is going to be 539. And that's simply taking out this high right here. So, you know, from dot to the lower side, 363. I put this minor one in here. I'm gonna take it away. But these are your 2 weekly levels in here to really be mindful of on dot. So you want to make sure you're holding that 363 here on dot. You're not slipping that. So 363, and then you get the push up here into your 43 up to 478. You start to do more than that, then it's a chance that you could be preparing to break out of the Bollinger, but to the downside, 463. Uh-oh. I don't see this one over here. I want to be aware of it, so I'm just going to do it just because we have to, not get in our feelings. And I'm just going to do it from where we got the breakout at. And that's 321, 326, 326. So we'll be looking at this here on dot. I'm just going to look at this also. Just in case something good comes out of this. And then this, I'm gonna go from this one. And we don't have a break on this, so I'm just gonna do it like that. And this is in the event of this. All right, so that's going to be polka dot for us. And then you saw that 331 to 224 as a measured move to the downside if the head and shoulder formation plays out completely. If not, we could get a surprise pump because everything is either a head and shoulder again or some sort of a falling pizza. Pith. I don't think I have any levels for pith. I don't. Can look at order blocks though. I don't really like this in here. I'm not gonna draw out the head and shoulders on pith. It looked like it would be down here at 8 cents or something if it did. I'm not gonna do that. Let's see if that's worth my time. You know what? I'm gonna forget about this and just focus on the bigger structure in here. This was a bearish one, but it's still worth looking at. So if on the push down, I would be looking for this on pith at 10, 10, 9, 10, 5. And if that doesn't hold, I'd be looking at 10 to 9, 42 here for pith. It looks pretty, yeah, you got a nice reaction from here. So I'll be looking for this to be a good level with some sort of support for it. You can look back at that if you want to. I'm just, yeah. The bigger structure just seems more relevant for pith. I don't know where my levels went for Jupiter. I'm gonna have to skip this one. Let me see where we are on a fib retracement. I'm gonna look back at Bitcoin. All right, golden pocket. Okay, so Bitcoin is already actually, I'm gonna jump back over there on Jupiter. So Bitcoin has already come back down into the outside bar that we were looking at here. It's already tapped it. Let's see what that low, 113,230. 113,231. So it's already tapped it. One good time in here. We're still moving in between standard deviation 1 and 2 here to the downside on in the Bollinger. Let me see if we got some bullish divergence in here. Got some slight bullish divergence in here. I could tell that from the two little green dots and arrows in here. There's probably some bullish divergence, but it's MACD. MACD looks lazy. It looks very lazy. It doesn't look like it wants to pump. Not at the moment. All right, let's get back over here on Jupiter. So Jupiter is reacting around the golden pocket. Then you got your 786 in here. I mean, aside from this, golden pocket 786 to the downside, this was a nice candle. And maybe an SFP or something like that. You do have a neckline in here for a measured move. We'll go ahead and look at it. I'm gonna put it off of that first drop. And just do it like everything else, because you don't know. Render. I know I got levels for render. Okay. So it looks like we might have hit a return level in here, but got a rejection. Or we came close to hitting it and got a rejection on render. Let's just do this. Everything looks the same. Should I go with this one? Go with that one. Okay. And that would be 314. I mean, your weekly level is down here at 291 for render. Let me just see on a daily what we'd be working with. I mean, this is pretty close enough. I'm trying to see what we got going on. Yeah, the next thing for this to do, ooh. That's not pretty. We'll get some sort of bullish divergence in here though, it looks like. So the next place to look is gonna be what we were looking at here with this candle here where we have the 786 at. So we can look down here around the 305 to 291 on a stronger push down here on render. And just avoiding taking out this low over here would be the case. You really want to see a reclaim. It's going to go directly on that. I'm going to push this up to where it would expand. Oof. So you would have to, I wouldn't even touch it. You would have to see something like that. If not, I'm sorry, let me push this up here. It can even break this and come back up, but it has to come back up. But you want to avoid that low. So we'll see about that. Spot. Turbo. I don't want to use that. That looks like what we're doing in here off of this candle. So we start to lose this and look down here at 0.003 to 0.002 for turbo. That way you're not worried about some trend line break. You got a strong reaction right here. So yeah, that's what I look for here on turbo. So we start to lose this level in here, then I just look down here. Like I said, 0.003 to 0.002. You just want to make sure if you do break below here that you reclaim into here. Otherwise, you'd be looking down a little bit more, but it looks a lot better than some of the other charts we've seen so far. Some really solid support in here, really solid. Let's see us on the weekly. Oh. Yeah, I mean, you got really solid support in here for turbo. If that happens. I'm not even looking at this like some sort of a double top, so forget about that. This was just a wick, no closure above it or anything like that. I mean, got some strong resistance in here, but bad volume. It's starting to slip a little bit in here. He didn't even turn up the zero line here. You turned down as you got close to it here on the MACD. Posture is down right now, but that can always change. This was the last time it crossed up right here. So if you want to play something like turbo, that is a safer play to just look for a cross up here of your zero on your weekly time frame. Let me just check and see if there's anything over here. So you're below your 20 SMA at the moment. Price action. So yeah, you really just want to see this in here hold. $4 I'm actually just set it on here now since it's already come up and rejected. It's expanding. I don't know if it's expanding. I'm gonna take away the lower line. Yeah, take that one away and just focus on the top line. Had a nice outside bar in here. Let's see if there's really some strength that came from that, and that's what I would look at. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I think, let me see. What's the thing here with Orca? I was looking at dojis or indecision candles at the lows tend to work on Orca. This was like the only one where you probably put in a bullish divergence down here. Let me see. And you can see the bullish divergence here on the delta, not on the RSI, but you can see how you did put in some sort of bullish divergence. You can see where you got a cross up of the delta above the MACD in here, and then you got that indecision. So indecision candles tend to work on this one right here for a nice push to the upside. That's something that I would look for again in the event, in the event it goes lower. This is definitely held a few times to make sure I don't have any levels in here. I don't. So this level in here, this in here, some good liquidity down here. It's a beautiful reaction here. You had a range in here before you got to break up. So that's a good candle. So these are our these are our levels in here for Orca. $211, $204. And then if that doesn't work, then we just start to look at this next one at 161 to 133. 33. Let me just look over here at Ethereum a little bit. It's a nice little formation in here. Probably something off the 15-minute. Okay. And just remember with Ethereum, if we do see a push up here and we see a break of this trend line right here, that we have to get above this 4,384 in here. Because right now this is our resistance level in here. It held as support for a little while in here, and now it's acting as resistance. So if that happens, and again, potential for an inverse head and shoulder coming in here too for potentially for Ethereum. It looks just like this, but the last time we did the fractal thing, it just did not hit. I mean, what does it hurt to try again, right? It doesn't. It doesn't hurt. We'll play with it and see. Thank you. Honey, I'm just talking and I'm not even on the screens. All right. So that's what I was saying about Ethereum. I'm out of it today. All right, so Ethereum, this section in here, just looking at another fractal again. Let me lighten this back in. I made it a little bit too dark. So back on 20 here. So this side over here is kind of looking like, this side over here is kind of looking like this over here. So I'm just giving the fractal thing another chance over here. But like I said, if we do start to see a breakup out of this trend line right here, we do still have the resistance here, which is our monthly resistance here, which acted as support in here, resistance in here, and then resistance again, but the potential for an inverse head and shoulders here on Ethereum. And the thing about Ethereum too is we did fill in our inefficiency here for ETH. So we look right here. We filled in our gap, our CME gap here for ETH. So we've gotten a nice reaction ever since we did fill in the gap here off of CME. And there is another gap down, and I was telling you that this right here, I believe, is down where the that other expand level is on Ethereum, but it's in here. But you can see this gap down here on ETH. And that's coming in at 2,961 to 2,833 for that lower gap down there, which that would probably be a little while before we see something like that get filled in. But so far, this has done pretty well in here. Be nice if this is an inverse head and shoulder, then we can stop looking lower, right? All right. All right, our little reaction here on Bitcoin. And we did have the exaggerated bullish divergence that appears. Just look at this from another perspective here for Bitcoin. I can see it from the 4 hour. Let's take a look here at this one. Looks pretty good. It's a nice little doji candle in here. About 40 minutes left on this candle, but that looks pretty decent. The volume isn't there right now. And it looks like we're just looking to hold. And let me sink this into the 15-minute. Actually, let me do it like that. As long as we're not going back below this on the 4-hour time frame, then we could be setting up for a move here on Bitcoin. Ethereum dominance is up right now, so that's nice. Let's take a look at that while we're waiting. I'm gonna get back on Bitcoin's chart. There's no sense in trying to really play anything else at the moment, but Ethereum's dominance is up in here. This was the bounce zone that we were looking for dominance. And let's see. And this is just the range that we got to break down from. So you know what? I'm gonna delete that, even though I like it. Let's take that away. Let's see. Looks like VIX rejected off this previous gap. You can see Bitcoin dominance. Could be putting in a little bear flag here on the 1 hour time frame. Still putting in higher lows though and higher highs. Just making sure I had this in here. For some reason, it's not showing up. It's not the Coinbase chart. Oh, it's Finance. That's why it's not showing up. Okay. It's Bitcoin. I don't know why it's over here. Oh, that's because I'm on the Bitcoin chart. Forgive me. Let me just check. Okay. All right, the market is just slow and boring right now. Let's see. Let me look back at Chainlink. I need something to do right now. I cannot sing. Yeah, Chainlink continues to crush. Just crush. I almost went along the top of this thing. I'm sorry I didn't put it on that chart, but we've already looked at it. It's enticing. 30 minutes now to see if we're going to get this closure above this indecision bar here on Bitcoin. And just zoom out a little bit. Got a nice little squeeze over here. Nice little squeeze. Lose some steam though. It's a nice little squeeze. On this 4 hour too. Let's see, what is that? And you would just come back into this resistance in here if it does manage to get that push up. You have a momentum line in here as well. I'm just gonna put this on here so we can actually see the number on any sort of attempt from Bitcoin with that doji candle. Let me pull this back in some. probably watch hype too, since it gives a better risk to reward. And Chainlink, and be buying the absolute top on Chainlink. And again, like I said, on Bitcoin, if it holds here, then it has a chance. Or maybe just consolidate inside this whole range in here. But I was looking at this line here in specific. Then it could probably get a push back up into here. And unless it changes market structure, that could be the short. Scalp short for today. Intraday trade. Bitcoin. We basically just rejected from that 4-hour momentum line. That one, when it tried to push up on the actually I'm not saying rejected from it, but it's showing acceleration down right now. But like I said, we got a hold here on Bitcoin. The hold here just managed to range and might have a chance for some sort of a bounce to look for a short. I just need for it to push up a little bit more to consider a short. Dominance must have crept back up a little bit. Let's take a look at the stock market a little bit. All right, this is Palantir's 15-minute time frame. Looking at this one, saying I was interested in touching it again once the MACD actually crossed back above the zero line, which it did yesterday. Prior to close, it did that. You can see where it did. I mean, it had been indicating little small moves here and there, and it got pretty heated down through here after we broke this trend line here, which was coming from let me see. Hold on. We did a lot over here, so I'm just gonna take that away. But in case you don't remember, put on a 1 hour. My screen is freezing. You remember the rising formation that we had here? So I was looking for, okay, we already did that right there though. B% return and expansion, we did that too, and this was down to 151. But when we got the expansion on the 4-hour time frame, we pushed beyond that with a nice little wick here. But this is some stuff that I had been watching on the time frames here for Palantir. And it looks like if I drop to a line perspective, we held, from a line perspective, we held the low of the ascending channel in here for Palantir, or ascending, rising wedge here for Palantir after earnings, how we got the break above double top. Let me take this away. take that away. But in terms of the expansion, it looks like we pushed in a little bit in here. So we did. Let me see the daily. So very slightly did we push into it here. Let's see, today. I just want to look at it. And these has see how we do now that we have reclaimed this for Palantir. The low of the rising wedge in here. Let's see. It's just hitting the top side of that gap right now. All right. Let's see in here, circle. Let me just slide this out. It's dragging on me. I mean, we did everything on that gap. Let me drop this one. No, not that. This part of the gap. Drop that one. I don't know if we've finally got more data over here for this one or not. So you already know what I'll be looking for here on circle. If it does continue to push lower, 118 to 105 here for circle. Otherwise, we start to see us bounce here from this fill of this gap in here. AMD. And this is what we bounced from the last time and push us on a 4-hour time frame. Oh, no, not that. We're bouncing from pretty much the same place we did the last time in here. We still didn't fully fill in this gap down here on AMD, but I don't think AMD will come back down this low in the moment, in the present time. But we definitely, I'm just going to delete all of this. I don't care for it anymore. Okay, so let's see if we start to hold in here for AMD. That's a nice look so far. A little bit of exaggerated bullish divergence in here for AMD. Little gap in here. Let me just highlight both of these. Hopefully the market is done selling off. This is what I was looking for on NVIDIA when I posted on it. It was potentially coming back down into here. We surpassed this. The gaps are always good places to look for bounces. Let me see. I just really wasn't anticipating this just yet. But nonetheless, I was looking at one of these two in here. And just delete this. We'll leave these two in here though. Just delete those arrows on it. I'm gonna do it off of this one instead. How about that? Coming back up, standard deviation 2. Let's see, where do we expand at? This might be all right since that second candle opened up and it actually respected the top side here. Let me see this. Still haven't reached the mean yet, but that's fine. And you reclaim back above the 60 EMA here for NVIDIA. This might be all right. I'm not touching anything else right now though. Let me look back at Bitcoin. All right, so we're on that level for Bitcoin, which I was mentioning that we want to see price action hold. If Bitcoin price can hold here, then there is a chance for it. It just has to hold this line right here. Like you can look at the entire zone if you want to, but for me, it's that simple. This line that you're seeing us get this little reaction from, we need to be able to hold in here. And if we can do that, then there is a chance that Bitcoin can push up a bit more in here. I mean, this is a 7-minute time frame. I don't really trust the green down here after the red, you know, the discrepancy. But like I said, you hold here, then you have a chance. You have a chance. Oh, my screen is freezing up on me. So sick of that stupidity popping up on my. Let's see, I like this. We had a bunch of problems in here, but I should have pulled the trigger on this just in case. I mean, it'd just be a scalp position in here off of that level. But if we lose it, then it's just we're going to continue. Once we lose that yellow line, it's rolling. All right, we just got our new 4-hour candle open. I'm just going to zoom in on this just for a sec here. So we're trying to hold, like I said, once we lose that, then you know what? Let me delete this. You can already see it's not something that I want to be in there. I'm going to delete that too. If I add something over here, it will be this. All right. And if we can hold it. I don't even know if this lined up with anything else. I just know that I was looking at my other screen for where that support might have been sitting at for that bounce. Okay. So it wasn't even a golden pocket or anything like that, or the 786. It's just this line. Just watching. We didn't manage to close above this little doji over here. Then we put in another little doji in here, and it looks like we might be putting in a third doji in here. but I enter long for a scalp over here though, just to see if, just because I'm looking to see if we can hold that line. So it's just a scalp long, and then I'll be looking to see if some sort of short would come in on a push up if we get it. I didn't give myself the stop on this, but obviously it's this candle in here, the low of this candle here, which is 113 even. I will modify it if we do close above this candle here. And this is just a 7-minute time frame. So if we close above this candle here, then I will reduce that down to this low, because then this candle would be an invalidation if we close below it. So 1 minute left here.
You already have.
I do. Thank you.
Oh, this is mine then.
Okay.
Look at this. It launched the other day. Look at this. Why is he wide? Look.
Okay, so we did get that closure above that wick over here on the 7-minute time frame. So that is my stop now. Because if we take out that wick there, for me, that's an invalidation of the long position that I just entered on Bitcoin, which I'm not expecting a lot from it. Of course, I've already said that. It's just some sort of a little bounce, pity bounce or something like that. For now, that's the case. I don't feel like drawing a tool on here, so let me just do it like that, because it's easier to just, I just don't feel up to it. Typing is terrible, and my screen is giving a late response. Hold on. All right. We're already about to engulf this candle. Hmm. Swatching. Ethereum still holding its lows. Hype is still holding the weekly average range over here, which for Hype, that weekly average is $40.97. Still trying to hold that right now. Whatever steam we had in here, we've already blown it off already. But yeah, it's a cheap trade. I still think somewhere in here could be a potential short. If not, and just push this up just ever so slightly into these lows in here. Actually, let me see the 4 hour. Here. No. It's actually in here. It's actually in here. But that would change market structure over here. So then you wouldn't be looking for a short. We'll just see how it goes. Right now, like I said, if we hold here, then we have a chance. We lose here, then there's no chance, which is why I'm saying this is a cheap trade. You're not risking, you're risking very little taking the long off of this yellow line that we're looking to see if price hold with the stop just below this wick in here. Because if price comes back down and takes out this doji in here, then it invalidates it for me. And that room, that entry gave you a little room off of these lows in here too, because we're hitting those lows and getting rejected right now. But that gave you a little bit of space, so you didn't enter directly at resistance here. But we'll see how it goes. You did get an outside bar with this candle right here. Gave an outside bar, and what you want to see here with the outside bar is that continuation down, but it got some pretty even wicks on both sides. Just it would be the same like with this outside bar over here, how price didn't come back. It didn't come back down here. It's a bullish outside bar here. So we managed to hold and push up. Saw a few rejections in here and a lot of chop trying to get that move up there. Over here, we got a bearish outside bar, but you can see how price did not continue to push down here initially. You managed to invalidate the outside bar strength or the bearish strength in here by getting to push up into here, and then you ended up coming back down and taking it out. But let me just see. Got an outside bar over here, a bearish outside bar here, and you can see how the aggression came in, which is what you want to see when you put in an outside bar. You want to see that follow through. Been doing a lot of outside bars here and there. Okay. So there it is. I guess the outside bar might give. Let's see. We didn't take out that stop just yet though. We're still trying to hold that yellow line. I thought I was going to go ahead and get stopped out right there. Doesn't mean that I don't, but I thought I was going to go ahead and get stopped out there. But it's a very inexpensive trade. Like that is such a super tight stop loss. Come on, Betty, push through that little bit of resistance there. All right, she trying. I should say he because I call Bitcoin the king. So he trying. He trying to get a rise. Let's go, Betty. Still find the resistance. Still fighting these lows. This still isn't bad so far. It's just choppy as heck. Right. Up a little bit, guys. Up a little bit on this quick little long position. We're probably at that 21 SMA right about now. Let's see. Let's see it. All right. He's not doing a bad job. Let's see. If it push, then that rejection might come in right here, standard deviation 1. Right here, we got this one at right here. It might come in right here. Right here. If it did one thing, it gave us a good scalp position. Based on the Bollinger percent, which you're not going to see it here because here we were probably just above the basis. Okay, so we were just slapping into the basis right here. But if you look at the Bollinger percent, we haven't even tapped into it just yet. So no mean reversion yet. We're at the mean for the Bollinger right there. So we just slapped the mean for the Bollinger. Or the delta hit the mean, which if it pushes, then of course that would mean that the the Bollinger, the MACD is position upwards. So that's why it's orange. It is position upwards. But it actually did cross the signal line. It actually did cross the signal line here on this 7-minute chart. Let's see if we hold. That scalp could have locked in some profits already. If we took it off of the yellow line here, that reaction. I'm not going to move the stop on it though. I'm going to leave it where it is. So, for certain, if we come back down to it, then it's a lemon. Definitely want to open to the upside here and not a push down, because on the 7-minute, might not look too hot if it pushes down below where it opened at here. And my screen is freezing up. It's a nice little candle. Attempt again here. Alrighty. It's a nice push there. And just so you know that I actually was in this long position. I don't have a. I mean, it's not something I'm looking for to just. And I'm off a blow fin chart. It's not something where I'm just looking for a lot out of it. I'm really not looking for a lot out of it. But this is off a blow fin. It's barely up. That was based on the yellow line again for the long. It's supposed to be some sort of 4-hour support level. I could take that little bit, but I'll just leave the stop and we'll see what happens. Then, like I said, on the push up, we could see a rejection, an actual rejection right in here where standard deviation 1 is located at. So that's 113,468. If we do push in a little bit more, there's some resistance in here. Now, even if this gets stopped out, if we just manage to chop around in here, I will look to re-enter in some sort of a long position on Bitcoin, just based on these lower time frame and the 4 hour as well. The 4 hour, as long as we stay within the realm of this box here, 113 to 112 in here, 113,662 to 112,862. As long as we stay within the realm of here and we just chop, then the 4 hour will end up giving something in here, and we could see a change of market structure here on the 4 hour time frame. We want to see us chop in here and hold. You see what Ethereum is doing at the moment. ETH is just following Bitcoin at the moment. And again, there is the potential for an inverse head and shoulder here on Ethereum. You won't really know anything until it validates, but Ethereum has to get above 4,384, and that's on the Coinbase chart. 4,384.43 for Ethereum. If it can flip that into support, that's also the break of the neckline for an inverse head and shoulder off of that 4 hour time frame for Ethereum. So I'm going to jump back on Bitcoin. I'm going to show you again what I'm talking about over here for Ethereum. So you have the potential for an inverse head and shoulder here for Ethereum right here. Right here. But we do need to see us break above the resistance level in here at that 43.84 in here. That's also the neckline break in here if we get it for Ethereum. So, I mean, you can You can do something off of this line right here, but until you get above here and you're able to flip this into support, you can just see another rejection here for Ethereum with that height over here. You see hype is still trying to hold on to the weekly level in here off of the 4-hour time frame. So 1, 2, 3 bounces off of here for Hyperliquid here, and that's $40.97 or $40.98 here for hype rounded up, trying to hold here. So we'll see how this goes for hype as well. All right, so Bitcoin did get just choppy as heck. Choppy as heck. It was a good scalp. I didn't even look at the data we had come out today, but I know that we did have like unemployment claims or something like that. Flash manufacturing, PMI. So let me see what we had happening today. Go back on the calendar over here. Today is Thursday. Yep. So we had unemployment claims. Forecast was 226. Came in at 235. And then we had flash manufacturing as well. Flash services PMI is at 945. So we got a little time on that one. Came in high on the unemployment claims. All right. I want to hold the low of this candle, this current candle here for the 7 minute time frame. I considered being on screen today because the last on Tuesday I stated how me just coming on stream has really changed a lot about me because like I wasn't dressing up, I wasn't doing anything. I've basically just been a vampire. Nobody's ever really seeing me. Um, and that's been for quite some time now. Maybe it's a few years. It's quite a few years. And that me being on stream has been the most dressing up I've done. And I've, pulled dresses out of the closet that I've never worn, that I've had for years, that have just been sitting there. I pampered myself yesterday. I have a new hairstyle, so my hair is a little different now. Um, I got the mani pedi yesterday, and I never get my nails and stuff done, but I got my nails done yesterday, feeling sexy and all that good stuff. Even dressed up a little bit. So when I walked inside the building to get my nails done, all the girls just turned around to look at me, made me feel like I still got it. Not that I'm into girls. I'm just saying, like, females will let you know if you're looking on point. a lot more, a lot more clear than a male. Um, but yeah. And this morning I woke up and I just back in my slump, like I just didn't want to get myself together. But it was a start. It's a start. Hopefully I'll start to get out a little bit more. Stop sitting in front of the charts all day. We lost that level that we needed to hold because we need to hold the over here in the 7 minute time frame. We needed to hold this candle low right here, and we didn't. So we can still look down to here to the yellow line in here, but there's a chance that this gets stopped out this time. So whatever scalp money was made off of this right here is going back because, like I said, I wasn't going to move the stop, and it's a cheap trade. It was a cheap trade off of that yellow line there. So yeah. Yeah, likely this gets stopped out this time. And then you can even see the Bollinger turn down. So the Bollinger's giving more room to the downside also. Oh. Yep. Once this low is gone here, that's it. It's over. All right, getting close to hitting that stop on me. Could have taken profits off of that. Ugh. So right now, let's see, 4 hour. Yeah, so I got stopped out then. Okay, so right now on this 4 hour, yeah, we need to break above the 113,662. That clears the path of resistance that I'm currently seeing on the 4 hour time frame. Without that, we'll see what we do in here. It just had to come in for me. Do not bounce off of my level. Do not bounce off of my stop, I mean. But that's cool because without getting above here, without getting above that, it's a continuation down now for the 4 hour time frame because we're gonna slip. We're slipping that support that would have been in here. I can slide it down though. I have room to slide it down now because there was a change in it when the 4 hour candle opened, but it's just not worth it to me. So I probably would have ended up sliding it down to where this stop is at. Let me see. I'll see. Yeah. I'm gonna change this from stop now. Just take that away and keep our eyes on that level. I'm gonna take the yellow line away. Because we come back up, it's still trying. And I'm saying off of this line right here now. It's still trying off of this line if it comes back up this line. If we come back up this line. It's actually dead on it. You know what? Let me flip over to this Binance chart. It's actually clean on it. It's here. It is here. I drew it out too far. Sorry. But it is here. And we're sitting on it clean right here. Could bounce away from here. Failure to bounce away from here off of that 4 hour time frame would, we start to slip that and would be bad. But you can still react it now. So it's right here. It still end up hitting resistance right here though. But no, you're not there. Let me see. You end up hitting resistance. Say right here. Oh, okay, so you would manage to get all the way back up here into the could potentially get up into standard deviation 1 and 2. Okay, I see it now. Trying right here. I just didn't want to take it again. I'm gonna leave it alone. Even if it manages to get it, I'm gonna leave it alone. But yeah, that was the level to hold clean on the 4 hour time frame. So if you lose that now, that should sit here until the next 4-hour candle opens. Let's see how I feel about it. It's so close to the invalidation. I'm gonna take this off. I don't want anybody to be enticed by some things on there, but let's see. It was the closest place for me to take risk again. I should have took the profits off of this scalp over here. I didn't. Let's see. So far, another decent scalp. I don't think it got any easier than being able to take it off of that 112.9 right there. So let's see. We're still trading below our 20 SMA off the 15-minute time frame, though, just so we know. So we know. So we'll be looking for a break up this line here. I'm just going to do it like this. So we'll be looking for a break up here. So nice outside bar we did right there. Or if you prefer, sorry for the lag here, do it like this. Turn that on so you can see your 20 SMA in here off of this. I think that's your 510 and your 20 here right now off of the SMA. But you're looking for a break above here. And then on the 7-minute, basically the same thing here. If you're looking at the 7-minute, I think that's pushed higher. Okay, so there, off of the 7. Move this line here for the 4-hour. All right. Just another good little scalp. Just barely up on this thing. I guess I'm just catching fish and throwing them back at the moment for scalp position. So this is the one off of that line right there at the low. Come on and move out of the way, please. And this is off the blowfin chart. And it was just worth taking it off of the very low down here. So for blowfin chart is 112.897. So blowfin is going to read it a little bit lower than this, but it was off of this line. And just another scalp. That momentum line will be the resistance back at those lows, which is here, just back at these lows. Oh. There is a moving average riding down this trend line right here. It's actually your 200 moving average here riding down this trend line here. That confirms, gives confirmation to this trend line here for a break above it, or a reject, or another rejection from it too. All right, up a little bit more on this thing. See if we throw this fish back in the water. Yeah, that's that momentum line resistance I mentioned, just where the lows are at. I might take a bigger loss on this fish right here. Meaning that I might hold it until we lose this low at that 112, 862. Just trying to see if we can chop and hold this range. This could be a good range. Just gotta stay in here long enough. Let's look how choppy we are coming down. We're cleaner. A lot more flexible coming up. less flexible coming down. And then just we had a small bull div in here. Come on, screen. You can see the small bull div in here between these two lows in here. Had another one over here that was good for that scalp up right there. Still, yeah, really flatlined in here, but good for the scalps nonetheless. Put this back on a 1. See if we had any here on the 1 hour. Nothing yet. Just what we had in here yesterday. Yeah, I'm gonna hold this baby. I'm gonna hold it. We'll see. Stop going slow. All right. For the past 2 weeks, I have not gotten out to exercise, which is terrible. So today, I will get my behind outside, exercise a little bit, or I'll do it right here at home. Trying to see what we said about this. Just trying to see what I want to do. So that would be the 786. I was just trying to make sure that that actually lined up with something. It hit perfect. How about that? The midpoint of that fair value gap, bullish fair value gap, hit perfectly with that 786. Let's see. Still underneath that dynamic cloud over here. No bull dibs on this one. What do you do between here and here? You got a bull dib, but otherwise you don't. Alrighty. This would probably be a rejection. Still missing something on the momentum I'm seeing. So it could be a rejection right here. About 4 minutes left on this candle, but still, I think that this would be a rejection point until I see something different from the momentum. I'm not seeing it in here just yet, even with the bullish divergence. And even though we're piercing this trend line, there's still some resistance coming in here. Still hitting that resistance. It's exactly where this shaved top on this candle is at. So if I moved this trend line right here, it would be just like that. That's how it would sit. So I don't see us. I don't know that we actually do this right now. I wouldn't be mad if we did. But that's how it's sitting. One minute left and see if anything changed over here on the momentum. I'll put the white line back. Beautiful momentum reclaim in here though. With the bull divvy here on the 7. That was what we had, our 20 SMA. It hasn't changed the posture or anything, or yeah. Just a few seconds. I still didn't see what I was looking for over here on the 7-minute time frame, so see if we come back in. We come back in these lows right here. We really want to hold in here next if we come back in. I'm actually making more off of this scalp than I did over here, which, I didn't take profit off of this scalp over here. So that went back into the water. So with this one, it's actually a little bit better. Let's see if I should take this. I'm gonna hold it though, even if we do come back and stop it out. Well, yeah, I'm gonna hold it. Hype is going really good again off of that at $40.97. It's holding up pretty decent off of this 4-hour time frame. 1, 2, 3 bounces away from it, like I showed you before. So that looks pretty decent here on Hype. I should have took this Hype. See if I can get some more out of that. But it's doing whatever Bitcoin does. So yeah, just in there, just doing whatever Bitty does though. This streaming platform is acting a little weird right now. It's just not transitioning good, freezing up the screen. Let's see what we're doing in here. Market just opened. There's some things that are not looking terrible at the moment, but I have to give it a little bit of time to see what the true move is going to be this morning for the market. That was that rejection from the resistance, so no need to worry about that too much. Just want to make sure it's holding. Actually, let me drop this below just a little bit. Sniff it out, Biddy. Sniff it out. I'll go ahead and thank you now because I know I will be in the stream on time at 10 today. But thank you to everyone who stopped by to hang out with your girl down the Crypto TA. Please be sure you hit the like button. It goes a long way. Um, it really does. It makes me feel appreciated in some kind of way, at least. So I just be grateful for that. And yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 a.m. to 10. And then on Saturdays, I might cut the stream earlier than 10, but definitely start at 5 a.m. Just a little catch up on Saturdays because, it's low liquidity on the weekends. Now I don't stream on Wednesday and Sunday. We've pushed through that resistance a little bit in here, the one that I was looking at. And then the next one would be, let's see. It's yeah, we're still hitting that. We're above that resistance, but it doesn't make sense to me that we would just absolutely push through it. We look like we're about to get a change in that structure down here, especially after that candle pushed down here and it didn't invalidate the yellow line that I just dropped in here, saying we needed to hold in here on the 7-minute time frame. So we could start to see some sort of a little bit of a momentum shift in here on the 7-minute time frame. Let's see what she gives. And then we really want to see a closure above this candle in here for Bitcoin. Really want to see that here off the 1 hour time frame. So there's a chance. There is a chance. It hasn't confirmed yet, so it will have to confirm, but no confirmation yet of that momentum shift here on the 7. Like I said, we're just still hitting that resistance. We haven't confirmed the momentum shift just yet here on the 7-minute. If we hold in here long enough, we could confirm it. And we have to open this up to do that. That's what we need to see. So this is going to be our whole line for the 7. So far that scalpers paid out, paid out. Nothing else. It did pay out. Make me want to take the profit on this. Let's see. Oh baby, this one did pretty good. Maybe this candle close will confirm that momentum shift for the 7 minute. That'd be the first change of behavior to take place over here since we started to get the sell off in here from, let's see, from back here. Let's see. Look at the shorts come in after we took the liquidity from here at this momentum line in here for that liquidity. It still didn't confirm it. It came really close to confirming though. It didn't confirm it though. It was so close. It just didn't do it. And it looks like we might have got a little bit extended here on the 7 minute time frame. Got a little bit extended in here. But it was so close to confirming it. I should have did that hype in here. That was a good entry. We're just a little bit overextended on that RSI, like I showed you. Just a little bit overextended. Plus, we took some liquidity. It's natural to get a reaction off of something like that. We still didn't confirm that momentum shift, but we're so close to doing it. So, less than 5 minutes over here, we'll see if we can confirm some sort of change of behavior in momentum. I guess the good thing right now is we did not come back into this trend line. We start to come back into this trend line right here, then, we're doing something different. We definitely won't be seeing that momentum shift if that happens. All right, 2 minutes. Looks like we're putting in an inside bar on the 7. We just got that flash manufacturing here. So forecast was 49.7. Flash manufacturing PMI. Actual is 53.3 here. And I think that might be good for the dollar. Yeah, good for currency there. Same thing with flash services PMI. Forecast was 54.2, came in 55.4 there. And that does it for us today. We don't really have anything else to. Got some medium. But that was the big stuff right there for today. All right, so we did get a change of behavior here on momentum. Even if we do come down here and take this out, we got a change of behavior on momentum. And that's something that hadn't happened since we got the sell-off over here. So I don't hate it. Let me just say I don't hate it. So we took the liquidity off of this mother bar over here. See if she can get some fuel. Excuse me. It's beautiful engulfing. Nice, 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 nice. Just a little bit over 6% up on this scalp position here. Well, would have been already been out of it really. Just don't know if I could still classify it as that, but
Nonetheless, if you took it there, you've done great so far. Nice push up on the MACD delta. Let's see if this opens up. Nice push here on the MACD delta. You can see from here, the MACD has stayed up so far. Trying to get above that zero now. Didn't quite make it. Nonetheless, still got a momentum. Got a change behavior in that momentum on that last 7-minute closure. So we're essentially expanding. It still looks fine, but we are expanding. Like we have some sort of an expanding pattern in here somewhere. I don't really like when you push back into a mother bar. It didn't close back into it, but nonetheless, hold on, something like that. Put it on base. So nice sweep of that liquidity from this mother bar here for that push back up. Got a closure right here, so I don't like to see it come back in. We did just tap back into it. I don't really use the ones from the lower time frames either, like this, but it is still usable. I just don't. Hold on, I'm trying to delete that. Got another overextended dot on 7-minute. Did get that cross up on that. Did get a cross up on that MACD, but it's still below the delta. Top side of our range here. On 1 hour, 4 hour. Top side of our range. That's a nice volume that came in though off of this candle. 3 minutes left on it. We got some hope in here. Got some hope. We trying. Let's see. Check out Coin Glass here real quick. Let's see. All right, guys, it's about to be 10 o'clock. 1 minute till then. So I am getting out of here on time again. I have said thank you for joining me today. Please do hit the like button, please, 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 and thank you. A nice little long entry off of this level right here. Did get a momentum shift on the 7 minute one once again. Did get a momentum shift. I'm just gonna hold it and see if we can't get a little bit more out of it. If not, then I just throw the fish back in the water. But if we range in here for a minute or break out, either one. If we range in here for a minute though, it will start to shape up the 4 hour to get the 4 hour push out. The 4 hour is looking for a bounce up. I can tell you that right now. The 4 hour is looking for that. So I'm just gonna hold this position right here until we start to invalidate this low down here. Because like I said, as long as we're within here and we're not losing here, then there's a chance that we do see a push up off of that 4. It'll start to shape that 4 hour up. Rejection back here off of the momentum line in here. But like I said, we were just kind of over extended here again with the little red dot over here on the 7 minute time frame. Let's see how this goes though, because it still looks decent. Definitely change of behavior though, so that's rare. I like to play off a change of behaviors, so I like it. I like it. New 1 hour candle open. That was some pretty decent volume. And that low 112.862 in here. All right, so just up over 7% now on this position. All right, gotta go. But nonetheless, like I said, you got some hope in here. You really got some hope in here, and continue to hold in here off of that range. Get the number, get the number, get the number. Get that one and get this one too. But we got some hope. Appreciate you guys, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Bang. Nice move. All right. Have a great day.